They have made numerous appearances together. They not only that,
red carpet together, hugging, kissing. The family has been seen together.
Every premiere together. But not only that, they were on that red table talk that she did.
When was that? 2 years ago.
That took place about 2 to 3 years ago. I believe it was about 2020, 2021. Okay, that is less than 6 years ago.
Yeah. So and three is less than 6, right? Yeah.
Listen, I'm not a math wizard, Dante, but forgive me.
I'm not a nuclear physicist, but
I'll guess that it
3
falls
is
within.
Definitely. I'm sure of it. Yeah. I just use my calculator. So.
Okay. Well. Here's what she's doing here is just changing the narrative so that it's convenient for her and she doesn't look like the bad person here. It's absurd. And this is a thing that toxic women do, and I believe she is a toxic person based on her behavior through this situation and other situations. The situation on the red table. Because again, she did it during those red table talks. By the way, remember She was using the word entanglement to describe...
where he literally was crying, tears watered up, eyes watered up during the red table talk. Supposedly 7 years, 3 years or 4 years after they're supposed to have been split.
Split up. And in that conversation, they're talking about being married, but she used the word entanglement. So she just changes the narrative to whenever it's convenient for her.
Yeah.
And it's absurd. And she, like we didn't see it. Like, we're all not aware that you two were an item. You're there at the Oscars.
Yeah.
She goes, there's another statement that she makes, which is really nuts, that I want to get into. Let me find that one. Hold on. Let me pull that up. And let's see, because there's a 2-part interview here.
Let's keep in mind the entanglement of her sleeping with August, which was Jaden's best friend, that she's sleeping with him because she says that she was so into healing people. She's just so attracted to healing people that she figured by giving them the old boinking, right, that would somehow heal him.
Well, that'll heal you. Don't be mistaken. That does do a lot of healing.
I agree.
Now, the thing about even that, I'll give the benefit of the doubt of that in the sense that Will and her, the way they talked about it, they were separated at the time. Right. In 2020. They said they were separated in 2016. But don't call it what it is, an entanglement. It's you had a physical relationship with this guy.
Right.
So, hold on. Dante. So I want to see this other clip here that we talk about that.
After Chris made a crack about Jada's hair.
I could tell it bothered you. You did an eye roll.
Right.
Could you?
Yeah, and I did that eye roll not so much for me. And I think this is really important. But the fact that there could be a jab at alopecia.
Because you're here on a profane tirade warning Chris not
but
to
this is the
mention
part,
his wife's
we've seen this,
name.
but this is the part that's
Jada
interesting here.
couldn't believe what she was hearing.
She couldn't believe what she was hearing.
What is going on? Now, first of all, I'm really shocked because, mind you, I'm not there. We haven't called each other husband and wife in a long time. I'm like, what is going on right now?
My wife's
name out of your mouth, right? And I'm like, but now I'm really worried for Will because I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I can tell.
Hold on. A long time. We haven't called each other husband and wife in a long time. The table talk, the red table talk, takes place on July 10th, 2020. Okay. And let's go to that, just to show you something. Let's go to that.
Bad marriage for life.
There we go. Bad marriage for life.
Husband. When somebody's in a bad marriage, that would make them your husband, correct?
Right. That would be your husband. That's how you define a marriage.
A union. In a union together.
But, and I don't think it's about getting anybody back.
No, for me it is.
Okay. I'll give you that petty. That's what you want.
Yeah. That's fine. Whatever they want to do there.
But, I will definitely say.
Tears.
Yeah.
It's just part of it.
Yeah.
If you expect to be with somebody for a lifetime.
25 years and counting.
We ride together.
We die together.
Bad marriage for life.
Ho, 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 ho.
So funny. This guy.
He is, first of all, I didn't realize that he is like in tears. Which
You didn't know he was. It was worse than this before.
It's been a while since I watched it because again, it was 2020, which by my count is 3 years ago, not 6. But that is a couple that is married. You're talking about marriage, 26 years and counting, bad marriage for life. You are not, and she says, hey, we were divorced. We were not divorced. We were separated. We had been living separate lives. You are lying. You were not living separate lives.
You are lying because and if you weren't lying, right? It can't be if you weren't lying, because the bottom line is you lied to everybody. You lied to the public. And again, let's talk about a little word starts with an A, which is authenticity. You're a liar. And now you're writing this book and you want the sympathy of people. Now, let me explain a little something about Jada Pinkett, what Jada Pinkett's image was. Especially in the black community. Jada Pinkett was what we call she was like one of the sisters, you know what I mean? Like Erykah Badu, like this is one of the black women that we respect because she holds herself with a sense of class and grace that, she's not the chick that you would holler at and then go, when she doesn't respond back, you go, bitch. You know what I mean? Not that you should ever do that, but she just held herself in such grace. She's the type of woman that would go, you guys taking care of your ladies, right? Yes, Jada. She was the sort of, how should I put it? Hold on, let me close this door. She was literally the woman that held that kind of grace that we would hold high.
A high status, royalty, so to speak, or, power couple. Yeah.
She's not talking about my pussy's pink and my booty hole brown. She's not that ratchet joint. There's a certain air of respect, Wakanda-esque kind of feel that we gave. And so with this, we see her in a different light because she's a funky ass bitch. That's how we look at her. She's a funky ass bitch. And just toxic beyond all levels of perception of what the black community has in the first place.
And the thing that bothers me most, is that this is a thing that, if you've ever experienced dealing with a toxic woman, a woman who doesn't take responsibility for her actions, she is changing the narrative whenever it suits her, right? So now they're not together. We haven't been together in 7 years. Never mind the fact that we've appeared together at all these events. Never mind the fact that we did an interview where we talk about working on our marriage, saying that it's marriage for life.
So here we're in a situation where we hold this woman with so much regard, and then she ends up just being a funky ass bitch. So
well, because that's the image that she had portrayed.
Right.
Thanks to Will Smith's help, by the way, because of his status. And there's a couple questions that you have to figure out. Why Will Smith continued to stay with her, why she stays with Will Smith, why they haven't gotten divorced. She has some answers for that, and I don't believe it.
There's a level. So this is an interesting thing about what a lot of women say, especially black women say, that men are not there to protect them, that there's no protection for black women. And this is, which I don't believe. I think that's all propaganda, because what we're really talking about is a situation where this guy felt as though didn't matter what the status was, didn't matter what lies they were telling. Will felt as though that she had been offended, and he was gonna be her knight in shining armor. Probably because, to a certain extent, I believe that he actually thought that he had lost that ability to be, because as she had emasculated him so much. So this was an opportunity for him to be her knight in shining armor, to kind of gain masculinity back.
Now, can we technically say that that's her fault, that he did what he did? Not really. It's not her fault. You make your own choices, but your relationship has an impact on stuff. And the notion that she's saying she wasn't angry at Chris Rock, and that it doesn't go back to years, because remember, Chris Rock 2 years before that, Chris Rock made that when he hosted the Oscars, did the monologue joke where Jada was boycotting the Oscars for, I think, due to a lack of black nominees that year. Yeah. And Chris Rock said that her boycotting the Oscars was like him boycotting Rihanna's panties. You were never invited to begin with.
Right.
So there's nothing to boycott.
Here's an interesting about that. I watched a few of the interviews because that's how I stay informed.
We do prepared here. You watched it with a lab coat and a pimp cane and furiously jotting down notes.
And my dick out. But that's a whole nother thing. So
and my dick out.
We're always talking about accountability, but there's no greater accountability than supporting us on the Patreon at patreon.com/manschool202. Helps us keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah, that's right. Patreon.com/manschool202. That's where we do all the bonus content for the show. We talk about a lot of game, a lot of technique, and we also archive all the old episodes starting from episode 1. So if you love the show and you want to support the show, come on over and join us at patreon.com/manschool202. And if you can't do that, at the very least, do us a favor, like and subscribe below, and tell your friends.
And do all of the above.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up during inflation, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
It was in his cause. And so she created this situation as if she was this righteous black woman in the context of standing up for injustice. And then so what it ultimately does, and this is the thing about black folks that I think it needs to be understood. It's like people will decide what your place should be in terms of how you approach your racism and so on, and they feel as though it should be done in a way that the person who's viewing you thinks you should be. So they'll go, what about Black Lives Matter? What happened what did you say about the riot? What did you say about the Asian hate? You didn't want, I can choose to do what I want to do. I remember somebody was telling me, I think I was on Godfrey's podcast, and we were talking to Yamanika, and she was like, we didn't know. So there's a woman who got like $1 million contract coaching the WNBA, and she said, we didn't know her name. How come we don't know her name? And then I asked her, well, do you know what her name is? And she said, no. I said, can you name 3 women on the WNBA? She said, no. I said, so now I have to support the WNBA because you want me to? And if I don't support the WNBA, somehow I'm against black women? It's just an absurd argument. I don't watch baseball. I would be hard pressed.
You don't watch the regular NBA. You don't care.
I mean, I watch some NBA and I know some players.
A little bit, yeah. But
I don't watch it, but I would be hard pressed to. I don't like baseball at all. I don't watch hockey either. Does Gretzky still play or no? He doesn't play?
He's just retired last year. Yeah, it's been a little bit.
It's been a little bit.
Gretzky. Yeah, no, I think...
I know Gretzky. That's
Wayne Gretzky, yeah. And the last time he played was before the millennium. So,
But I can tell you who boxed a 2-rounder, because I'm just not in that world. And somehow, because of that, because I'm not in that world, somehow I'm not. So there's the black element of the fact that my loyalty to the race has to be expressed in the way that everybody wants me, which is absurd.
Right. But it's also, it's also something that she's doing for her own publicity. I think it goes beyond race for her because everything she's done is disingenuous. So I can't believe any of it because everything she has said so far, especially about this relationship, is constantly contradicted. In this interview, she says, we've been separated, living separate lives. hand motion apart.
Make that noise. Right. There you
Separate
go.
motion. But the reality is you're not. By your own words. This is not us making it up. You did an interview with your husband, or whatever you want to call him, in 2020, the year 2021, rather.
Right.
And you're talking about your marriage and how you've worked through things and how, you still have love for each other. And this is the delusion that toxic women get to have, toxic people in general, where you get to twist the words around. And she'll do that and say, well, I'm not lying. We are married still. We are married. But you're not living separate lives. You're not. That's just not true. On the right hand here, we got the truth and your lies. Separate, right?
Right.
And the reason you got to ask yourself why they stay in this marriage. And I was talking to my girlfriend about this as we were watching this together, and she's like, "Why do they stay together?" And it took me a second to figure out why. And I realized why they stay together. A couple elements to this. One, for Will Smith, I think there's a lot of elements. One, race has to do something with it. There's not a lot of black power couples.
Right.
In the industry. You got the Obamas. I don't know who else would be a black power. They were the other black power couple.
Yeah,
Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Denzel's wife and him.
I don't know who she is, in all honesty. I can't even.
Sam Jackson is another one that, but,
I don't know who she is. They wouldn't even be a power couple.
You wouldn't, you know the black power couple like I know the WNBA. I get it, but
maybe, but I mean, I'm talking mainstream. I mean, this is like you got the Obamas, you got Jay-Z and Beyonce, and you got Will Smith and Jada, and they're arguably the longest one.
Yeah.
So it means a lot to him. His upbringing, just being in the black community as a person of color, you don't want to have a separated family because that's such a stereotype that you want to break. You don't want that. You also don't want it personally for your family. That's a big deal. You can talk about the celebrity, the money that brings, that he's a family man. That's a better image. That's more money. For her, you got all that stuff, but also, let's be honest, her stock is very low in the industry. She is on her own. She is a C-list celebrity. Do you understand? Her stock was based on Will Smith's stock. So even though she doesn't love him, she has to stay there because guess what? Without Will Smith, you're not invited to the Oscars. Yeah. You're not going. They don't. You're a C-list celebrity. Your work has dropped down substantially in your career.
You surely are not sitting in the front row.
You're not. You're Will Smith plus one. That's what you are.
Yeah.
And that's not. That's your lot in life. But that's why she continues this narrative when it's beneficial for her. Which is horrendous. Who knows when Will Smith is finding out about this? I don't know. Maybe this is news to him because you watched that Red Table Talk. He's certainly under the impression they're still married. Yeah, 26 years and counting. Bad marriage for life.
Why is he crying if it's not? And on top of that, I saw the interview, one of the interviews, and she blames it all on like she was suicidal and she was this, and her mother was a heroin addict, and her father was a heroin addict, and so she says how, as a child, not to feel safe and sound and not to know whether or not to be actualized as a child, to know. But I do get that. But you're 51. You're 51 years old. And you have enough money that
enough resources
and go and get this fixed. But you didn't get it fixed. And then your nonsense gets to spill over into the children's lives. You've made the kids nuts. There's all kinds of you screw your boyfriends, your son's best friend. You call it an entanglement. Every week every time they would get on the Red Table Talk, it would be some other nonsense. Then it was an open marriage, then it wasn't an open marriage, then we found out it was broken up, but it wasn't. He's never coming. It's just lie after lie.
Look, I'm exhausted just as an onlooker. I can't imagine what it's like to be married to her. But on that side, you talk about being 51. Look, all those things happened to her, right? I do believe that she's had a traumatic upbringing. But none of that is an excuse to make up lies about the status of your relationship.
Yeah.
To let us believe.
Or stop talking about it. Nobody knows what's going on with Jay-Z and Beyonce. Nobody is aware They had that one thing with the lemonade thing where.
Well, that's not even. That's still just. I don't know what is that. They said that's about it, but Beyonce never said that's about him cheating.
Right.
Even that is not. They never sat down at a table with a camcorder on and started talking about all the other people they were fucking.
Yeah.
We don't know. I made a statement last time when everyone was talking about Tiana Taylor and how could somebody leave Tiana Taylor? She's so beautiful. How could somebody leave Shakira? And I said, you don't know their marriage. We don't know anything about the actual status of their marriage. And in this circumstance, here's what I know about their marriage. Everything that they have told me, which turns out to be a lie.
A lie.
Yeah.
A lie. And sorry. The other thing, when you often I'll do a consultation with a guy, and he'll say, oh, she's such a beautiful person. She's beautiful. Yeah, and she's a high level. This guy said to me the other day, she's a high level woman. And I was like, well, he says she's Muslim and she's very, she's not.
Oh, you a Muslim
and I go,
now.
What do you mean by high level? People put this value on.
What is a high level woman here?
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Well, if you ask me what a high level is, want somebody that's attractive, feminine,
intelligent,
cooperative,
appreciative,
and
kind,
supportive,
pleasant to be around,
right,
compassionate. Yeah, that's a high level woman, not somebody
who. Nothing to do with your degrees.
Yeah,
it's got nothing to do with. I don't care if you're a boss, bitch. I don't care if your pussy's pink and your booty hole brown. I don't care. I was watching something the other day, and it was some lady was on TikTok, and she was like, I don't know what to get my man for his birthday. She was like, suck his dick. Suck his dick. Oh, suck every time you get a chance. Suck his dick, so that you can. So until he goes, oh no, I'm good. Thank you. I go. It don't cost much. It's the thought that counts. Suck his dick.
Well, geez, let's play more of this because there's some more stuff that she goes into here that is absurd.
Up the appearance of a committed married couple. They even faced a scandal when Jada had what she called an entanglement with a family friend. Neither let the public know they had already split. So I
stop that for a second.
Hold on.
Yeah. Here's the thing: when they say he's a family friend, he was her son's best friend, and that kid had all kinds of all kinds of sickness and diabetes and all kinds of stuff. And she was like, she said in another interview, it's just I felt, I have such an attraction to wanting to heal people. I just want to heal. Yeah, you want to heal, but I guess
she did heal that dick. That is help. You just said it. It's that. That's the way the Native Americans used to heal people. So there is some. I'm all for that type of holistic healing. Don't get me wrong.
Exactly.
But here's the thing. I'm not even. This is such a level of nonsense that I'm not even bothered. Yeah. The least thing I'm offended is that she fucked her son's friend, and that's not like.
That's number. Let's be honest. That should be.
In any other relationship, it would be the worst thing you could do. But in this relationship, it's on the back burner.
Yeah.
A
family friend. It's a family. No, it's not.
It's not a family friend. Yeah.
His son's best friend. So.
You know what? When you go on Pornhub. Right? What do they put? Mom fucks son's best friend. They don't go.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot.
Mom fucks family friend. You don't see that.
This is so exhausting watching this that you might need a consultation. And if you need a consultation from me, you lied, but you perpetuated lies on lies on lies. You up until this book came out, and so we're supposed to believe this now. Somehow, and what was the thing they said? Horrible marriage. Was it horrible marriage?
Bad marriage for life. Bad marriage for life.
How many times have I said this over and over again? If you're in a toxic relationship and you are in a situation where this marriage is now and things don't mesh, you staying together for the kids is really not an option, and it's not an option because You teach, if you're a guy and you have this toxic woman you're staying with, what you do is you ultimately teach your son to allow and tolerate toxic relationships within the confines of his own life. You teach him to be a pussy about it, and you teach your daughters to be toxic. So whatever the conflict is, even if the man is abusive, when the man is abusive, you're teaching the boy how to be physically abusive or emotionally abusive, and you're teaching your girl to put up with that behavior. It is not an option. This is such a fragile period of time when you're raising kids, because you as a child, that your child looks at you as a man, you are the model for manhood, and his mother or her mother is the model for what a woman is, because that's all we have as the model. And to disregard that is so selfish and so disrespectful.
But that's what she's all about. Look, it's selfish to release this book. Let's be honest. After everything that's happened to the marriage, her legacy, Will Smith's legacy, the embarrassment of the kids who are now adults, but still they have to deal with that. And that's not enough for you. Now you need to release a memoir and do a candid, sit-down, tell-all interview. And that's why, she's doing these interviews for her so she can sell the memoir, which is Worthy, called Worthy. And now you're going to drag them into it and then blame your husband. Blame Will, because that's what this is. It's going, I don't know why Will would say that we're married together. I don't get where he would get that idea. Maybe because he brought that up on that show I made him go on, and or maybe she didn't make him go on it, but he brought up marriage on that show, and I didn't say, no, we're not married. I said, bad marriage for life, 26 years and counting. He says, I don't stop that. Maybe because you're with him at the Oscars, maybe because you never told anybody, and somehow it's Will Smith's fault. What she's doing here is throwing this on Will, and this is gaslighting.
Support for this podcast and the following message come from Corient. Corient provides wealth management services centered around you. They focus on exceeding expectations, simplifying lives, and establishing legacies that last for generations. Leverage their exclusive network of experts to help achieve your personal and professional financial goals. As one of the largest integrated fee-only registered investment advisors in the U.S., Corient has experienced teams who can craft custom solutions designed
for men. This is what it looks like when a woman is gaslighting. Period. That's what it is, and she's saying. I don't know why Will would make that suggestion. And then this.
But I will definitely say it's just part of it.
Yeah.
If you expect to be with somebody for a lifetime.
For a lifetime.
5 years and counting.
We ride together.
We die together.
Bad marriage for life.
So funny. So funny.
But somehow we're assholes.
Yeah.
Everybody else is asshole. We're assholes for a narrative that somehow that they're still married and it's a bad marriage.
You told us this. Now, let's rewind. Let's look at this Will Smith thing. Here's a guy who literally is living a lie. So is she. She's living a lie with zero accountability. But so is he.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
You have fabricated an image. You fabricated an image to the world that this is who you are. You go on Twitter or you go on TikTok, and it's him talking about getting up and just make it a new day, and you can accomplish whatever the stamina of the course of his integrity and stuff, and nothing about you. You a home straight bitch. You a home being a straight bitch. There's a video. Harry, did you find this video where Jada is filming him in his house? Jada's filming him in the house, and he says, "Look, don't stop just filming me in the house." And she's like,
"I'll find it. Hold on."
Yeah. So it's an interesting kind of dynamic, and I've said this 100 times. You gotta put yourself first, because if you don't, nobody else will. If you don't treat yourself with the respect and the understanding of the fact of what your value is, trust me, nobody else will treat you that way. If you're talking to a woman, if you're even on a base level, if you're talking to a woman and she's being disrespectful and you're allowing it, you are saying this is what I deserve. Your complicitness is saying this is what I deserve.
Yeah, here we go. Found it here. And this is the video.
So, Will, you know Esther Perel is coming to the table. She's going to be at the red table. Would you say she has been instrumental in you and I redefining our relationship?
I would say don't just start filming me without asking me
Oh, my goodness.
if you could film me.
Esther, come help us again, please. I'm still dealing with foolishness.
Don't. No, because she don't just...
She helped us heal the hurts that we caused between one another.
My social media presence is my bread and butter, okay? So you can't just use me for social media and not, don't just start I'm standing in my house.
Please watch us stare at the red table because she's helped us a lot. Can't you tell?
You just haven't...
Jesus Christ. Why would you post that still? And by the way, also, further proof, that was not 8 years ago.
What's the date on that?
Hold on, I'll find it because it's on a YouTube thing. But I remember that coming out. That's fairly recent. That
wasn't, put it like this, that wasn't 8 years ago.
No.
That wasn't 8 years ago.
No, that was not 8 years ago. Because she wasn't doing the table talk 8 years ago. So we know for a fact it wasn't 8 years ago. So again, not separate lives. Not separate lives. Not separate lives. Now I'm doing Trump.
They've helped us so much in the context of us, of healing the hurt that we bestowed upon each other. So where's the separate? Like, you're lying in the privacy of your own home. You are creating lies and narratives in the privacy of your home where you don't even have to do that. You could just not, even if you're going to lie at the Oscars or you're going to lie on the red carpet, why would you create something like this? Because you're promoting your red table talk because this is your bread and butter and you don't care.
Yeah, you don't care because it's for you and it only affects you, and you don't give two shits about how it affects your family, how it affects your husband. You don't give a shit. But here's again, going back to Will Smith, this is not all on Jada. She is to me a toxic person. But the fact is, Will Smith, as you said, perpetuated this within the confines of his relationship. Absolutely. And here it starts out, because guess what? It didn't start out like this. It's baby steps that build and build and build. 1,000 lies, 1,000 gaslighting situations that he put up with until you reach the peak of it. I mean, this should have been over a long time ago. This should have been done, her association, the entanglement. That's a lie. Yeah. That's a lie, the entanglement. A lie. It wasn't stop calling it an entanglement. Don't be disingenuous. He called her out on that. Yeah. But then he continued and continued.
This is also a thing where a guy who doesn't have the confidence in himself to stand up for himself will push back a little and then this is interesting because anytime we do consultations and you give somebody advice, you tell them what to do and they always do a version or a portion of what you do. They treat their relationships like chlamydia, right?
They just take just enough to heal themselves, but not enough the action to not get it again.
Just enough to stop dripping and itching, right? But they don't take the full 7 pills so that you can clear it all out. So.
And by the way, if you do want a consultation for myself or Dante, you could reach at on his website, dantenero.com, and click on consult. Or if you want one from me, you can email me at adviceFromHarry@gmail.com, and we can save you from having somebody ruin the best moment of your life like Will Smith had. We can save you before that if you just come reach out to us and you need a consultation. But sorry, Dante, go on.
So he's 50 plus. She's, I think, 51, 52.
Yeah.
And literally, they have been making themselves miserable for, I would say, most of 25 years. Now here's the crazy thing. She talks about how she said she was in Baltimore. She had bought a house. She was overseeing the renovation of the house. Will called her up and he said, guess what he said? He said, are you seeing anybody? And she said, no, I'm not. And he said, well, you are now. You're seeing me, right? Which was the reason why he got her. She also talked about how smitten she was by the strength that he portrayed, right? And then by almost demanding her, well, you're seeing me right now. That kind of confidence is what somebody like this who's toxic like this have to take the reins, because if not,
what you don't realize is that you have to, whatever the level of the reins you take in a relationship, you have to maintain that the entire time. And on the same level. And that doesn't, by the way, I don't mean that you have to have your foot down, you have to be the king, and they have to be support. That's not what I'm talking about. Whatever level of comfort that provides, protection, because it doesn't provide protection. That's sexy to a woman that Will Smith would do that because it shows confidence, it shows strength, courage, value. The problem is people get into these relationships, and especially nice dudes. And by all accounts, I've heard Will Smith is a nice dude. I don't know the guy. But I know that from my experience and the experience of my friends and a lot of people that I've consulted, nice dudes, even when they have strength, what happens is you care so much about protecting that person and giving them what they want that you start losing sight of having to give them what they need. And make no mistake about it, relationships are not about giving. It's weird because we look at it differently than taking care of anybody or anything else that we prioritize. When your kids come to you and they want something, you don't give them what they want. You give them what they need. And you have to make the decision between the two. And we don't do that with our partners. We lose sight of that. You know, especially when you're a nice guy, it's so hard because you listen to what she has to say and you take that as word. And you don't factor in the other aspects that they're dealing with when you're dealing with a partner, a woman in the relationship, that sometimes they're asking for things they want and not need. And it becomes a problem because you give in so easily. And that doesn't mean you have to...
Things that they don't even want.
Yeah, that they say they want, that they're not, they don't even want. And you have to discern that because in the moment, they think they want it. Here's an example of that. Bear with me on this, Dante. My girl... She wanted to do brunch one day. One Sunday we get up and she gets it in her idea she wants to do brunch. Right? And I go, okay. And then my brain goes, here's why brunch is a bad idea. And I'll tell you why. One, we just had a conversation yesterday about saving money. And brunch is expensive, especially in this area in New York. Brunch is super expensive. Also, we just started doing keto a week ago. We can't eat anything at brunch. We can't have waffles. We can't have pancakes. We can't have anything that brings you joy.
No
croissants, nothing. Just the omelet. Okay?
Right.
So we're going to spend $50 to not eat the. Also, neither of us drink. We don't drink mimosas. We can't drink champagne.
No sangria. No Bellinis.
You also told me you want to sleep in.
Right.
The next day. And all this I have to, and what I realize, and I'm trying, and part of you has to go, well, I want to give her what she wants.
Right.
And then I realize I have to discern, I have to code and go, what I realize is she doesn't want to do brunch. She wants to go out somewhere. She wants to do something outside. But in all fairness to her, even she didn't realize that. It just manifests itself in the form of brunch. And this is not a bad person. This is not a toxic person that I'm dealing with.
Right.
It's just somebody who is going through emotions like any human being is.
Sure.
But the problem is your role as a man is that it's your job to discern. You're the captain. You have to discern what requests are valid and which ones aren't, even when it hurts their feelings. And that's a tough thing because you don't want to hurt their feelings. You love this person. But that's the role of being a man. And it sucks.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's 24/7. You're never done.
Man's school principle, and this is something that was Beige Phillip Blackman, you have to be strong enough to protect you and your sanity from her emotions. You also have to be strong enough to protect her from her emotions, because the flightiness of her own emotions. And you have to be strong enough to protect the relationship from her emotions, because as these emotions, the emotions are coming in, it's almost like a stream of conscious. Let's stay in. No, let's go to brunch. No, let's do keto. No, let's do that. It's like
things that are contradicting the other things.
Yeah.
And you don't know the first time it happens. I've learned that I have to sometimes pull her aside, or whoever I'm with at the time, pull them aside, and go, hey, all right, we're going to take a couple seconds here because you're giving me a couple things that are contradictory. So we need to sort out why you're doing it. But I just want to go to what you're saying when you're saying, one of the principles is you have to protect yourself from her emotions and her from her emotions. What about people who say, well, men have emotions? Why is this a woman thing? Why are you throwing this on a woman thing? Why are you suggesting that women are emotional? What would you say to that, Dante, if I was somebody trying to...
Here's the thing. Men are emotional, but they're emotional in a different way. So one thing a man will do is you'll see a guy be emotional as in road rage. Some dude cuts him off, then you're cursing somebody out, you pull over, motherfucker, and you will do that. I'm not advocating that either. Though the thing is, what you have to understand, what we're talking about is an ideal situation where what we're talking about, what is it that as a man we endeavor to be? And what we need to, one of the most attractive things that we could be is unaffected. Unaffected, because if you are affected by any stimulus outside that you're shaken or something happens and all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, what do we do? Imagine this. Here's a great scenario. Boom, 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 boom. This noise downstairs. Baby, there's a noise downstairs. And your response is, oh my God, what are we going to do?
I shit on myself.
You might as well pack your bags. This relationship is instantly over. So you have to be, the safety in the context of your ability to have answers, to create a level of safety and this level of comfort is to not be affected by every stimulus that comes out. So everything that comes to your mind, you don't say.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive. Most of you aren't just listening right now. You're driving, cleaning, and even exercising. But what if you could be saving money by switching to Progressive? Drivers who save by switching save nearly $700 on average, and auto customers qualify for an average of 7 discounts. Multitask right now. Quote today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National average 12-month savings of $698. By new customers surveyed who stay with Progressive between June 2021 and May 2022. Potential savings will vary. Discounts not available in all states and situations.
Everything that comes to your mind, you don't do. And I think the reality is women find that attractive. I think that's based on the genetics of women wanting to feel safe with their man. But it's also, part of it is like we're different. I'm not saying that we're not equally as important. Men,
no one is saying one side is better. The problem is with the narrative is that people co-opt that and suggest that somehow men are better than women. That's not what we're talking about. But we are different. We're not the same, and that's okay. There are positives to both sides. Every war has been started by a man. No one is suggesting that somehow men are superior. It's just, but they're different, and to not acknowledge that just doesn't accomplish anything.
And to deny 250,000 years of genetic material that is passed on because all of a sudden the social aspect and the way that we look at this, and I totally get it. I mean, I don't believe that people are monogamous in any shape or form, but I think we make a choice to be monogamous. We make a choice to do certain things. And we could, and I think it's just as important that if you give your word to do that, you should actually be held responsible for that. The problem comes in when there is an incongruency in terms of what you say. And if you're saying, here's a crazy thing. This is Will's part 100%. If your woman is coming at you and you are affected to the degree that Will Smith is affected to everything, like to Jada's eye roll, that if she can set him off in the context of that, right? He's worthless to her. Because if you can't handle me, I used to say this all the time. If you can't handle your chick, what you gonna do when I climb through your window? How do you deal with that? when you are affected in the way where you fall to pieces because of the outside stimulus.
And it's trying to make somebody happy who you can't make happy, because that's what this was all about. The reality was it got to the point where Will Smith had a choice to make, and it was whether or not to slap Chris Rock or to sit in an uncomfortable car ride at home holding his Oscar in silence while his wife is angrily either chewing him out or giving him the silent treatment. And it was so painful that he chose option A, to slap Chris Rock, because ruining his career was a better move than pissing this woman off and being stuck in an unhappy situation. And that's the situation you end up in, where when you give in to what she wants and try to please her, which she has no idea how to please herself.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Harry, can you look up this clip? It says Will Smith, should be Will Smith decides he's no longer gonna try to make Jada happy anymore.
Okay, let me look it up here.
What's crazy about this is that, you know, and then the other part is the lies, and this is why, you know, I've heard guys, you just lie to these bitches, just lie to them, just do whatever you got to do to get laid. What you do is, and we talked about this the last episode when we were talking to Chuck Nice, and he was saying, you know, a lot of things I don't care about, so I don't care about standing up to say anything, and I'm not advocating that you have to stand up and make and create a problem every time something rubs you the wrong way. But what I'm saying is, when you lie, you diminish your own self-respect, not just to you, but to everybody who watches you do it. Your incongruency makes you less valuable, not only to everybody else, but to you, because you can't lie to yourself to say, I'm an honest person, when you know you're lying, even if you're lying just not to end up in a confrontational situation, or when you're not willing to confront your woman about something, behavior that's uncomfortable and disrespectful.
Okay, so I think I have it here. I think this is from about 2001, and so let's see here.
So me and Jada was reflecting love. And I asked her, I said, what does she think was, you know, one of the biggest revelations that she had about love? She said that you cannot make a person happy. And I thought that was a real deep idea. You can make a person smile, you can make a person feel good, you can make a person laugh, but whether or not a person is happy is deeply and totally and utterly out of your control. I remember the day I retired. I literally said to Jada, that's it. I retire. I retire from trying to make you happy. I need you to go make yourself happy and just prove to me that it's even possible.
And let me tell you something. That's the last time she respected him, because when he laid his foot down on that, and what happened was it worked. It worked. He brought her back in his life, and then she started the same bullshit over again. Once he got settled in,
he didn't check her.
He didn't check her. He didn't stay retired, and that's what happened.
Yeah, and after we cracked the hell up, we started talking about, we came into this false romantic concept that somehow when we got married that we would become one. And what we realized is that we were two completely separate people on two completely separate individual journeys, and that we were choosing to walk our separate journeys together. But her happiness was her responsibility, and my happiness was my responsibility. Yeah. And we decided that we were going to find our individual, internal, private, separate joy, and then we were going to present ourselves to the relationship and to each other already happy. Not coming to each other, begging with our empty cups out, demanding that she fill my the cup, and demanding that she meet my needs. It's unfair, and it's kind of unrealistic, and can be destructive to place the responsibility for your happiness on anybody other than yourself.
Here's why he's also full of shit too, by the way.
Right.
Here's why he's full of
You may
shit.
say that.
Yeah, sorry, we're bumping heads here, but I think we're thinking the same thing. That's great advice. That's all great. Did you include the step where you guys had a trial separation and you were fucking other people?
Yeah.
Oh, you left that part out. You left that part out that you had to separate and she was having an entanglement with your son's best friend. And listen, all that's fine if you're cool with it, but when you're doing this rah-rah hippie shit, this Deepak Chopra stuff where you're trying to motivate other people, maybe include the steps where everything went really fucked up and it got really bad and you literally had to separate. Not that you just worked it out, quote unquote, worked it out, not including the fact that you
became so obvious and now you have a statement on this. And what happens is there's a particular cosmological inner feeling of how you should do things. I'm doing my Deepak Chopra.
Oh my God.
Certain the cosmology of emotion.
What you have to do is remember that you are one with the universe, and sometimes it's okay to fuck your son's best friend. Like, just go fuck yourself. I'm pissed at her, but I'm also pissed at him because I forgot about this type of shit. I remember seeing this video when it first came out, and I go, man, I respect that dude. I thought that this relationship was fucked. That's why they're together, because he put his foot down. And even in the interview, like the red table, he kind of puts her to the fire a little bit. Yeah. Because she goes entanglement, and he calls her out on her shit and goes, what do you mean entanglement? Just say what the fuck it is. You were in a relationship with this guy. Even that is kind, but let's not call it entanglement, because what she does is she tries to do semantics, right? Play the semantics game and tries to use verbiage that's convenient for her. Oh, it's an entanglement, so she doesn't have to face the reality. Anyway, whatever. They both.
Now, there's something about this too. It's like, since I was doing, I started watching her interviews, and one of the things she talked about was her mom and her dad both were heroin addicts. And heroin addicts have this thing where the only thing they give a fuck about is getting high. That's all they care about is getting high. And so everything else is secondary. Which,
hey, I got a school play today. Can I get high? Nah.
Can I
All right,
get high?
then never mind.
Can I get high? Can I get high? What's crazy about that is she learned how to be a mother from her mother. She learned a person that she didn't have to be accountable for everything. Only thing that whatever her drug she was chasing, which was validation or control or that she just wanted to be unhappy, she found that drug and she chased that drug. She chased that high every day.
Instead of learning what not to do from her mom, all she learned to do was not heroin. Yeah. She didn't separate any of the other lessons. She's a fine woman. She just was a heroin addict. No, she was an unaccountable person, unable to maintain happiness and a decent relationship. But so Jada Pinkett Smith is a heroin addict who doesn't do heroin, who never did heroin.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Just it got what we used to call, she got dope fiend ways. She's stealing your dignity. She's not stealing your TV. She's not stealing your money. She's stealing your dignity on a day-to-day basis. Here's something this is something I wanted to talk about too that I've been thinking about all week that I think is interesting. In any relationship, there's always somebody who likes the person more, right? One person likes the person more and has more stake in the relationship than the other person. What's really interesting about that is the person that likes the person more reaps the higher benefit from the relationship. Even I like that I got your eyebrows going, because this is an interesting. So what I'm saying is, if you are the person that likes the person more, think about the let's say we go to the Great Adventure, right?
Right.
Which we go to Six Flags, which is interesting because Six Flags is a symbol for white supremacy and racism. Interesting thing. Just
man, it always ends up being a fucking. I hate that when they have it. Listen, if you turn a Snickers bar upside down, it's all about storming the Capitol. It always ends up being.
Wait, can you let me see? Let me look that up because I wanna finish this point. But can you look that up?
What the Six Flags? Yeah, I'll look it up while you
So here's the.
Let me tell you something. Bugs Bunny, if you play him backwards, he says white power to Daffy Duck. That's what it's all about. That's why he was helping Elmer Fudd hunt Daffy Duck, because of his black duck skin.
Daffy was the black duck, and he's the one that got shot in the face all the time.
Yeah, you duck lover. Bugs Bunny would call everybody duck lovers.
So, so let's say you go to Six Flags and you go on this roller coaster. The roller coaster, what is the most interesting and the most fun you can have on a roller coaster is the one that is the fastest, right? The highest, the tallest, the fastest, the one that is most. Did you get it or no?
I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm looking at it now. Let's see. No, I'm still looking for it.
Okay.
I see a story about Six Flags finally taking the Confederate flag down in 2017, but that's a whole other thing.
Okay, don't worry about it. It's a symbol. It's a KKK symbol. Well, that's a whole other thing. Anyway, but the roller coaster that is the most gives you the most fun is which roller coaster? The tallest, the fastest, the longest, the one with the highest dips, and the one that really tosses you around. So the joy comes from the expression of emotion on a higher, on a more intense level, right? So if you, the person who is more in love reaps an emotional joy at a higher level because of the fact everything is at high stakes, right? So what for example, if the woman is the one that likes the guy more, right? She calls you and she wants you to call back, right? When she calls you, I wonder where he's at, where is he, when is he gonna call me back? There's more joy when he does the confirmation, when he calls back and he confirms that, hey, what's up, how you doing, blah, 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 whatever, right? The fact that you feel as though you might lose the person, that the relationship is a higher stake. So the love that you feel is more intense. The joy that you feel is more intense. But also the pain, that up and down, that yo-yo feeling of the body is the same thing like a roller coaster. And we enjoy that. We reap more of a benefit from that because the whole relationship is more intense. Whereas if you're in a kiddie ride in a teacup, right? You're sitting in the teacup, kind of smoking a cigarette. You're going around real slow, and you don't get any of that joy. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do understand when you're the person who is less invested in a relationship, you receive less of the joy because you have less of you have less of a commitment or investment in the relationship. I think about this in every aspect. You know, when you come home and your girl misses you, and you come home and you leave and you go, where have you been? What are you doing? Like that eagerness of the fact that you are emotionally invested gives off much more of a payoff than the person who is like, you know, I could be in this relationship or not. I could end this relationship tomorrow and I'm fine. It's a merry-go-round without the horse that goes up and down. But there's always that dynamic of one person liking the other person more than the other person.
Well, listen, if you want to learn how to avoid this type of stuff, this type of situation, you want to be better, know when to cut it off, reach out to us. Follow us on Patreon, patreon.com/manschool202. That's where we talk about all the game, the technique, the bonus content. If you've enjoyed this, Join us over there. We do a lot of bonus content. Plus, we archive all the episodes of Man School 202, starting from episode 1, all at patreon.com/manschool202.
Yeah. GYBB, get your balls back. WWDD, What Would Dante Do? The Sexual Revolution being podcasted. Yo, I love y'all. Don't forget the Patreon. Don't forget the support. Thank you. Thank you all for listening. This really means a lot that y'all support us. Peace. We out of here. I'm not an alpha male. I'm not a beta male either. I'm just a better man. Better man. Put your happiness first, because if you don't, they won't.
Apartments.com has helped millions of renters find their perfect places. And the beauty is, they're all different. None of us are the same, so why should our homes be? Someone may want hardwood floors. Someone else may say carpet all the way. Questionable call, but hey, to each their own. Some may want a doorman. Others may say, I can open the door myself. Apartments.com has all the right tools to help you find the place that's uniquely perfect for you. Sort through and filter listings by amenities, and make sure you never miss out with their instant alert option. With more than 1 million available units for rent, you're sure to find the place that's right for you. So whether you're looking for a place with a basement, a yard, a pool, or everything in between, Apartments.com has got you covered. Visit Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Voice doesn't sell B2B. And advertising on the wrong platform doesn't sell B2B either. That's why if you're a B2B marketer, you should use LinkedIn ads. With LinkedIn ads, you'll be able to target over 70 million decision makers all in one place. No deep voice required. Get started today and see why LinkedIn is the place to be. We'll even give you a $100 credit on your next campaign. Go to linkedin.com/results to claim your credit. Terms and conditions apply.
She's back.
He accepts me for the human that I am, and we want to love each other there.
And she won't go away. She won't go away. It's like the Undertaker's.
This whole journey has just brought Will and I closer in such an authentic way.
This journey of me trashing you, emasculating you, telling everybody all our business, somehow brought us all closer.
Remember what we said was going to happen, right?
Change the narrative. Got to change. No accountability. It's change the narrative. Where's the red eyes, teared up? She's a whole nother. She's a different chick.
Specifically women and feeling like we're going to be criticized. We're going to be judged. You can't say anything.
This is not about you being a woman. This is about you being crazy and cruel.
Nobody. She should have said, as a garbage person.
As a garbage American, I just want to say it's so hard to do these interviews without people judging.
The only part in the special that I felt like got lost.
We found it today.
Everything, man. It's a pair of ducks. I mean, are you crazy? Dressed in black? You think I don't know everything that goes with that black you're dressed in?
Right. And are you guys divorced? Are you guys together?
Where's your black gloves?
I'm not an alpha male. I'm not a beta male either. I'm just a better man. Yo, GYBB, get your balls back. WWDD, What Would Dante Do? The Sexual Revolution being podcasted, and I am excited. First and foremost, what's up with my boy Harry? What's poppin'?
Oh, Dante, you know me. I'm leading the best life. If I was any happier, I'd be a producer at the Today Show when Jada Pinkett Smith shows up. Because she's back, bro. She's showing up.
Or we should say, she's back.
Oh my God, she is. This is the story that will not go away, and people are like, why are you still talking? Some people are like, hey, why are you still talking about this? Why are you giving it so much energy? Because she keeps throwing gasoline on this fire, and she will not let it die. And we do a relationship podcast, and we cannot ignore this. This is insanity.
So first of all, we talked about how she initially was like, her and Will have been.
So wait, let me make some little clarity. Let's recap. She's releasing a memoir,
right?
And as part of the publicity for that memoir, she did a 1-hour sit-down interview special with NBC that they aired on as part of a Dateline, which is just about her, just massive. And also they cut those clips into the Today Show.
Right.
Now that came.
Check out the other video will be in the comments down.
That's right, and
the original video.
We did a whole recap of that because it was fucking insane bonkers.
Right.
In that video, of course, she suggests that her and Will Smith have been apart since 2016. They've been leading separate lives.
Yeah,
that's
a quote from him.
Separate lives since 2016. So she was astonished that Will would even refer to her as his wife. And so basically she was just kind of like wiping her hands of it. Like she has nothing to do with this. And
which is interesting because the Red Talk table where she talked about what was it? A horrible
bad marriage for life.
For life, right?
Yeah, and
so that was done in 2021.
2020 or 2021. Okay. Well within that time frame.
Yeah, that gives a little time gap there.
In addition, there's another video where she's harassing Will. I guess like she was trying to get some guest without asking him, and he gets annoyed. That's also in like 2021. That was also
in our other video, so you can check that out. It's, the one with the original one.
She does this interview. We recapped it. A lot of people recapped it because it's nuts. It goes viral in the worst way, which is everyone with basically the same take going, this woman is out of her mind.
Yeah.
She is crazy, and this is unhealthy, and poor Will Smith. So what happened was, obviously this blows up, which is not the publicity she wanted.
Right, because she figured everybody was going to be so riveted about wanting to know the struggles that she was going through.
Sure.
So she could get the sympathy that she needed, and more importantly, the book sales. But I think what happened is, I in my opinion, we'll probably find this out later. I don't know if we'll do another follow-up, because
we might have to if she keeps showing up at places.
And she won't go away. She won't go away. It was just like The Undertaker's just like, boom, and she sits up again. You're like, what are you thinking?
Back on NBC, the Today Show, she basically demanded to go back on. Let's call it what it is. She wanted to come back on to clarify something, and they took her back on because, that segment blew up. It might have been the most popular thing they've done all year. So they're like, bring this crazy lunatic back on. Yeah. And she begins to, what did we say was going to happen, Dante, on the last one? Remember what we said was going to happen? We said,
go ahead, you
gotta change the narrative, right?
Change the narrative. Gotta change. No accountability. Change the narrative. As soon as she gets to a point where people stop buying into it, it's gonna change the thing. She comes back on, no tears. You know what? I'm not even gonna say no. Let's go to the video.
So after we had our long sit down, this is stuff you've been careful.
Hold on. I think she looked. Is it me or does she look like Cisco from the thong song? All right. So they're sitting down now. With Hoda, who did the original interview here.
With you for many, many, many years, and it's out there. Yeah. So, as we sit here today in a reflection of, was it the right thing to reveal, to talk about everything? Do you feel like you made the right choice?
Absolutely. I think at some point, I had to talk about my journey, And I think, just like we were talking about, I think there's so many of us who, hold so much, specifically women, and feeling like we're going to be criticized, we're going to be judged, you can't say anything. Yeah. And the beautiful part about it is like this whole journey, as difficult as it's been, has just brought Will and I closer in such an authentic way.
Cut it.
Instead of trying to...
Hold on. Are you...
This journey of me trashing you, emasculating you, telling everybody all our business, somehow brought us all closer. I just feel like now we understand each other. What's interesting is, where's the red eyes, teared up? She's a whole nother bitch. She's a different chick. This is a whole different chick altogether. Smiles, hey, great to see you. You know what? Now that I got it out, all of my mental illness, done. I'm great now. I feel great. Go ahead.
I feel great. Well, no one said that you're not going to feel great. Will Smith is the one who's not feeling great because also, by the way, our journey has brought us closer together. Yeah. During that last interview, you said you guys were living completely separate lives.
Yes. And it happened since 2016.
And now the journey that brought you closer together. This is what we mean by just changing the narrative because she got such backlash. Now she's rewriting history, which is something that toxic women do, is they rewrite it to their benefit. Let's go to
sorry. That's the wrong.
Yeah, that's not Jada Pinkett. That's Cisco from the Thong Song. I apologize.
They got the same bra size though. That's good though.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry about that, guys.
I'm gonna say something. I'm not gonna. I don't want to say this. I don't know if anybody would think this, but Cisco more feminine.
Oh wow. Okay. Fair enough. Thong. Here we go.
It's like just tearing off sides.
Yeah,
You're going to be
can't say anything.
judged. You can't say anything.
Yeah.
And the beautiful part about it is like this whole journey.
Hold on, I just want to say something. Here's another side road, and we're going to stop this multiple times because you can't go a couple seconds without some insanity that you have to break down.
Right.
The women can't say this and women can't say that without being judged. Right. No, this is not about you being a woman.
No.
Ada, this is about you being crazy and cruel. Like, don't try to Susan B. Anthony your way out of this where you're burning your bras as a unity thing. Like, even the women are not behind. This is insane. Like, nobody's behind her on this.
No, nobody. She should have said, as a garbage person, I feel like now that I've crapped on everybody around, I've lied about anything, I just feel so much more purged. I just feel open to live my life in its greatest light now.
As a garbage American, I just want to say it's so hard to do these interviews without people judging.
Oh my God.
One thing people were really still concerned about or confused about really was, okay, hang on. They've been divorced in theory, but not on paper.
Yes.
They were not together, but kind of pretended they were together. So I had trouble articulating exactly why that was. So now that you've had more time, why was that?
Now that you've been trashed relentlessly, is there
why? Instead of Hoda going, so just curious, why was you lying?
Yeah.
Why was you lying, bitch? Stop lying. Tell the truth.
Here's the difficult job Hoda has, right? She's got to wrangle this maniac. So she has to, do a couple...
Or she can hold her accountable. How about that?
She could.
How about you came on here and you lied, you said this, none of it was consistent. Are you planning on telling the truth now, or what?
You're right. You're right. I think she's playing the long game here, but listen, I'm not here to blame Hoda. To me, she's a part of this, but Jada is the one who is out of her mind.
Needed time to get solidified because at the end of the day, Will and I love each other. We had to really figure out what we wanted before we went into the world to say what was going on, because we were in such,
Pause it. Hold on.
You couldn't say that during the hour interview?
Now let me say this. Will ain't said shit. The only thing that Will went on record was his slap apology, right? And there's a video where we showed before where he goes, I give up. Go find your happiness. And because I can't, I lose. I cannot find your happiness. You need to find your happiness to prove to me that it can happen. So, and she's like, and I love him now. I mean, after I've given all my love to dead Tupac, right? Whatever's left is all Will's. So he should be happy about that.
And again, none of this was said during that initial interview that she did. None of that. And by the way, again, another thing, the background, both of us having worked in show business, in production and on camera, when somebody does a 1 hour interview, that means they did about 2 to 3 hours of interviews that they cut down.
A lot of it ended up on the cutting room floor.
And she did 2 parts, one in her hometown where she's walking around, a sit-down interview. That's between 4 and 6 hours worth of footage. And at no point in that was any of this love for Will mentioned at all.
Not once. I don't think she said that at all. I don't think she said she loved him at all in the hour or the 7-hour interview that she did.
She completely separated herself from him and then acted like everyone else was crazy for thinking that they were a couple.
When you've been with someone for more than half your life, he wrote, a sort of an emotional blindness sets in, and all you can do, and you can all too easily lose your sensitivity to their hidden nuances and subtle beauties.
Wow.
This sounds like a hostage note, by the way.
Well, but let's be honest. We both counseled dudes who would, before we counseled them, would take back somebody who has been abusive unavailable emotionally and mean and selfish and ungrateful. We have, on both sides, men and women, where when you are the abused, right, it's Stockholm syndrome. You're still in love with what you perceive is the ultimate person that you're thinking about. So you're not really looking at what is, right? You're looking at the potential of what it would be. I always say this. I say, when you buy a house, the house is appraised. What you pay for the house is what the house is appraised for at the moment, not what it's going to be worth in 10 years, not what it was going to be 10 years ago, not what the white lady appraiser appraised it for when you had African statues and black pictures on the wall. You gotta get the proper appraisal right now, and that's what you make the decision on. And if you think about that, let's just think about that for a minute, where this relationship was when she made that interview. We were so apart. I never perceived him as my husband. So when he referred to me as my wife, his wife, when he went up and smacked Chris, I was so surprised. I didn't even know who he was talking about. Here's what you do know. Without being his wife, listen, Cisco, you need to just put out a new album called Boxes. Instead of the thong, it'd be the thong 2, call it Boxes or Boxer Briefs.
Oh my God.
Because you're not good. Nobody's gonna touch you. You wasn't working. And let's be honest, she was an awesome villain in Gotham. She was an awesome cutthroat villain in Gotham.
Yeah, she was a great villain.
Great villain in life.
And now we know why.
It just was so easy.
I mean, this is just, as I said, to reiterate, this is just cruel in a sense. Like, if you really love somebody, why continue this publicity tour? Why write the memoir to begin with? You're a millionaire. You don't need the money to do it. Why air this laundry and hurt somebody you have already hurt? It's because she doesn't take any accountability.
We're always talking about accountability, but there's no greater accountability than supporting us on the Patreon at patreon.com/manschool202. Helps us keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah, that's right. Patreon.com/manschool202. That's where we do all the bonus content for the show. We talk about a lot of game, a lot of technique, and we also archive all the old episodes starting from episode 1. So if you love the show and you want to support the show, come on over and join us at patreon.com/manschool202. And if you can't do that, at the very least, do us a favor, like and subscribe below and tell your friends.
And do all of the above.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go. And what's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen now, like with her reputation? First of all, even though they love Will Smith, even though they love Will Smith, let's be honest, Will Smith will never have the all that he worked to get the prestige. He will never have that again. But if he won't have it, where do you think that leaves Cisco? She looked like lint on that white couch. She looked.
I mean, it's a lot of white there. And that, just that face. Hold on, I'm going to pull up. We're going to share some more here. But also the other thing that was interesting was Hoda was reading the statement from Will. Will said the memoir was eye-opening, meaning you've learned all this through the memoir?
Yeah.
Like that the book came out and now you're seeing things? That's a little peculiar.
Yeah.
That's how you figure out aspects of your relationship is when it's made public.
Trash. She's a trash human. Who does that?
Yeah.
Who does? Don't get me wrong. The rumor is that Will smashed Margot Robbie and smashed a few joints.
But even all that was technically under an agreement where they had separated and were at the.
Well, who knows? Who knows? Well, who knows what the agreement? It's just so much lies. And let me just say this: as much as we trash her because we feel like Will is the victim, let's be honest. If you are in, and just listeners, listen to this. If you are in a relationship where somebody is abusive, it is absolutely their fault because they're garbage human beings. The first time. But the second time, understand this, that you are signing up for somebody treating you and being abusive and emotionally unavailable. So you do not get to blame it on anybody after the first time. The first time, you got me. But, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice.
I won't get fooled again.
I won't get fooled again. So this is definitely has to do with, and this is also a situation where you got to think about, and we haven't talked about this on the podcast for a while, how clearly there are, anytime you're in an abusive situation, there's two archetypes. Those two archetypes are the abuser and the abusee, right? The people who, both people can be abusive, because I've also heard, I know somebody else, shout out to Miron. Miron was telling me that he used to wait on Will, and Will wasn't that nice a guy when you're waiting on him with, 30 people in the entourage, and he wasn't that nice a guy at that point. But that's neither here nor there. My point is, you have these two archetypes, the abuser and the abusee. The abusers, both people are abusers, or both people create this dynamic of abusive and abusing. They don't care which person they are. So, like, if the abusive, if Jada, which is interesting, because if Jada found somebody who was more abusive than she was, they don't mind taking the abusive position. They don't mind being the submissive who takes the abuse. And if they meet somebody who's nicer to them or more tolerant, then they will abuse that person. As long as both archetypes, the abuser and the abusee, is
fulfilling a role,
fulfilling those two archetypes, they don't care. They honestly don't care which one they play, as long as, because this is usually, this comes from our childhood. Our childhood comes from where we're raised by people who are abusive.
People hurt people.
Hurt people.
Yeah.
And her mom absolutely was a dope fiend. She talked about how her mom was at dope fiend ways and was unavailable, and her father was, he was unavailable. And so she has this, the mother is abusive, but the mother was good to them drugs. And when you fulfill all both of those archetypes, what ultimately happens is it feels like home. It feels like what you're accustomed to. Because if you come from a toxic background, this is why you got to go to therapy. This is why you got to fix this stuff. I'm sorry, Aaron.
No. Can you give us we haven't talked about this in a while, and we're going to have a bunch of new people watching, the brackish fish metaphor to explain.
Yeah, that'd be okay. So this is something that Patrice and I were talking about, and the way it happens is there's a fish in Africa called the African cichlids, and these fish are actually more aggressive than piranhas, but they don't attack and they don't feed in schools. So these fish are probably the most colorful and the prettiest freshwater fish.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/acquire. That's linkedin.com/acquire to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
If you know anything about freshwater fish and saltwater fish, Caribbean saltwater fish are like dory and Nemo.
Yeah.
Nemo, those fish are so colorful. But the prettiest fish that you can find in freshwater are African cichlids, and they come in a lot of different colors and so on. But they're very aggressive, right?
Right.
Not only are they so aggressive that if they will always find a fish, the lower end on the totem pole, and basically just eat its fins off and chew its eyes out. But those fish exist in a town in Africa called in Tanzania, and those fish are in a lake in Tanzania, and there are tribes and stuff that everybody that use that water. So there's a bacteria. They shit in it, they eat in it, you know what I'm saying? It's their water source. And there is a bacteria in that river. What happens is when you take those fish out of the wild and you put a fish tank in, the first thing you have to maintain, because brackish means is part salt, part fresh water, and there's also a bacteria. It's a high pH level. It's a bacteria.
So if you take that fish and put it in a fresh water, you take some fresh water and put a clean water into your fish tank, what would happen to that fish?
All of them will die.
They'll all die because they need to live in the bacteria.
They need to live in that toxicity. It's a funny thing because I remember the funny story. Patrice had this $400-gallon tank, and he had this Asian dude, because you got to really know what you're doing, because you got to maintain the toxicity of the tank, the pH. And the guy used to charge him like $49 a month to maintain the tank, and Patrice didn't have the cash on him, and he said, well, I need to get paid. And Patrice said, well, I got a piggy bank with a bunch
here's what, if I remember the story right, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Patrice always paid the guy monthly. What happened was he had been using him for years, and the guy, I think he needed like a $5, like a filter or something that was $5. And Patrice had been paying this guy for years, and Patrice was a little bit annoyed that you're just not just gonna throw me the filter. I've been paying you hundreds, and
no, he had to pay him, but he said I just didn't have the money. He didn't have all the money. I didn't have any cash on him, and so the guy said, well, I'll take the change. And so Patrice counted out $49 in nickels and dimes, right?
And made him cup his hand. He cupped his hands, and he counted every cent until he got the money.
Until he got the $49. And so Patrice was like, calling me up. He goes, yo, F that, yo, I'm going to do it myself, right? So Patrice put all this clean water in the tank, right? And I came to see him, and his tank looked like a painting, like an oil painting, because all the fish, if they weren't dead, they were all just standing still, right? And in the tank, not moving.
Because they're sick or whatever. When they're standing still, they're not healthy.
And I mean, some of those fish cost them $85. Well, $85, $100, $200 a fish, because they had gotten big and whatnot. And all a third of his fish died because he was treating them. He put them in an environment that was healthy, that was clean and healthy and non-toxic. And so when you have somebody who is a brackish person, they need that toxicity. So when you have somebody who is accustomed to abuse and emotional abuse and gaslighting and all those terminologies we use now that we never use, we just was like, you a bitch. And now we have all these professional terms. But they're accustomed to that behavior. They're accustomed, and not only that, but when you are treating somebody with that kind of respect, that they
and especially because, you know, when you think, if you look at a person and you have ideas about what a person might be, a person who looks like you looks at a person who looks like me, or vice versa.
Yeah,
there might be preconceived notions.
Absolutely.
But it's an honor, a pleasure, a thrill to know you and to be on your show. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate it, man. I also feel that way about Rogan. Like,
Sure.
I've never met Rogan, but he always kind of was a guy who I always like. I would like that. I like that dude. I like that he is. I think I like the fact that he's always on this journey to kind of grow and learn, and that is such a rare thing that people are so satisfied or maybe dissatisfied with who they are, but just don't work at it on a database.
A fair point, and I'm always trying to tell people about these similarities between me and Rogan, you know, but not everyone sees it. It is, of course, I feel like I continue to enjoy.
You also hunt and kill deer with your bare hands. That is correct. That's the Mike Kaplan I know.
Neither of us buy deer at the store. That's true.
That's true. All right.
Yeah, it is. I mean, life is, I can't say definitively, universally across the board that what life is or is not about, but certainly learning, growing, and, you know, continuing to, you know, I don't know everything. There are times when I can do better and improve, and whenever I look back and I'm like, oh, I have a bit that I do sometimes where I'm like, you know, when I started doing comedy almost 20 years ago now, I was confident, you know, delusionally self-confident, as you might need to be to begin.
And then you're 20 in and you go, wow.
I got the diamond, the good diamond wasn't cinnamon, turkey cinnamon, turkey cinnamon. I want her, homeboy want her affiliate.
You alright?
You eat that soup?
Huh?
You eat that soup yet?
Can't hear you.
You eat that soup? Oh. You eat that soup yet?
Huh?
You eat that soup yet?
No, I don't eat till 12 o'clock.
It's 1 o'clock.
I know, but I don't eat. My first meal is at 12 o'clock, and my second meal is at before the sun go down. I don't eat a lot. I ain't trying to get fat. How you feel?
Right.
You gonna make a doctor's appointment tomorrow?
The day after tomorrow, yeah, but yeah.
Well, yeah, something like that, yeah.
Tomorrow's Sunday.
Because you said you already got a doctor's appointment tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow's Sunday.
Monday, right?
Yeah, Monday got a lab appointment, yeah.
Why I keep not hearing you?
Nope, hold on.
That ain't much better.
Nope.
Huh?
Hold on.
Wait, turn your volume up.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it is. Hold on.
Yeah, your volume ain't up. I see your mouth moving though.
Yeah.
I got home late. It seemed like late last night. I took 2 pills. Took 2? I took 3. Took 3. 130 milligram sleep pills. Cause I don't sleep. I be waking up all the time. First time I wake up usually at 4 o'clock.
All right. You hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to the world.
But no, I was just calling to see if you ate the soup yet. And do you wanna clock in? Yeah, like giving them move. See how much I'm sweating.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago. We had classified intelligence that a new type of metal gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses have been out in the cold too long.
Tim Leppers.
He's right on schedule. He'll know soon enough.
Oh, so Man, legend. Greatest game ever. I tell you why no more. Just watch.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Oh, that's gonna be trash.
I'm at the sneak point.
Everything going okay?
The stealth camo's busted. Landing impact.
We must have overused it. Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
Right. I didn't plan on relying on this gadget anyway.
The private sector's not so bad, is it? Privacy guaranteed?
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that thing with Naomi?
And I can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
Mei Ling's not so bad. That reminds me, I have to get in touch with her again about that new Natick flashware.
Diverting toys from the SSCEN again? Give her a message from me. Someone will find out, sooner or later. She's better off assuming it sooner and quit while she's safe.
Too true. Okay, Snake, let's get to work. You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
All Ocelot's doing.
Exactly. And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear.
Not exactly a classified weapon for today's nuclear powers.
This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
The mission objective is to make visual confirmation of the new Metal Gear being transported by that tanker and bring back photographic evidence. But I want you first to go up to the top level of the infrastructure, to the bridge. We need to find out where the tanker is headed.
A little reconnaissance, huh?
There's too much we don't know about this new prototype. Capabilities, deployment method. We don't even know how close it is to completion. If we know where the testing area is, I can start to draw some reasonable conclusions.
All right, I'll head to the bridge ASAP.
Try to avoid confrontations. Our goal is to collect evidence on Metal Gear development and expose it to the world. It would be best if you could get out of there without alerting anyone.
Don't worry, I know the drill. We're not terrorists.
Very good. Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Recognized, but still fringe, Otacon.
All right, let's look at your gear. Your weapon is a tranquilizer gun converted from a Beretta M92F.
M9.
It's a little hard to work with because you have to reload after each shot since the slide locks.
Better than scavenging at the mission site. Good suppressor, too.
The chemical stun will take effect in a few seconds and last for hours. You can take down an elephant with that thing. Check out the laser sighting, too. The effects of the anesthetic round will vary depending on what part of the body is hit. We're talking about a difference of tens of seconds between hitting limbs, chest, or head. As for the equipment... Hey, Snake, cigarettes?
Okay,
What's wrong
this,
with you?
y'all.
They don't look armed.
Hey, Earth to Snake. These are nice, upstanding Marines, not terrorists. Don't get caught. You're in stealth mode here.
Sure, and if it comes to that, a little beauty sleep never hurt anyone. By the way, Otacon, are you sure of this intelligence?
Absolutely. Hacked it out of the Pentagon's classified files myself.
No traces?
Oh, please, I'm too good for that.
But this might be a trap. Remember, there's a price on our heads.
You're just being paranoid.
I hope so. Those men, you wouldn't think they were anything but civilians from here.
With all the ships passing on the river and in the harbor, putting uniformed Marines on the deck would be a bad idea. People can get a clear view of the water on the riverside, too.
The water line is too high. According to the navigational plans, this ship should have discharged its cargo upriver.
It's in there, no doubt about it.
The military trains you to watch for threats from the stern on a boat. That's SOP for counter-terror ops, too. Security should be tighter.
You worry too much.
Where's the target?
Satellite surveillance is a major international pastime these days. I'd say the cargo holds, safely below the deck. Do you see the entrance to the holds?
Looks like there are a few entryways into the crew quarters. The chopper. What? Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
Is that a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry.
Yeah, but affirmative.
What's their game? Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon, how many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
Greatest game in my life. My life.
Russians?
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair.
doubt. You got the raccoon on.
I'm transmitting a photo. Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
I'm on it.
Looks like the tanker's theirs now. KA-60 Kasatka.
Kasatka? Kamov chopper, right? Killer whale.
Killer whale. Come on.
We need to get a fix on who they are.
Judging by their transport, aren't they some kind of military commandos?
Not necessarily. It could be the KA-62, the civil model.
Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right. I'll do my best.
This isn't like Shadow Moses. Reach me if anything happens. The frequency's 141.12.
How can I check in and save my progress?
I'll do it. There's a frequency set aside for it. 140.96. Sorry, but no Mei Ling this time. Call me on the codec when you want to save.
Got it.
I'll be waiting just past the Verrazano Bridge. You need
Verrazano.
to be off that ship by then.
I'll be in touch.
Hey. What the hell?
Snake, you okay? Snake! Snake!
Always need radiation.
Freeze.
Freeze.
Enemy personnel on board. All units, maximum alert. Send a replacement guard for the area. Understood. Deploy search team to the portrait staircase. Deck B. Increase security precautions.
What do you want? Hey.
Hey, what you gonna do about tomorrow? Did you call Ronald?
Yeah, I got somebody tomorrow.
You got some backup?
Yeah, I'm good.
Is he gonna go to Africa?
I don't know. I ain't talking about all that.
Right, I would hope not, because he would have to get all her affairs together. And he wouldn't be back for a month.
No, I guess so.
Yeah, I was just wondering. I gotta go see about my eyes tomorrow. I think I'm just like my left eye or something. I'll do sit around and read, but still, that ain't bad. But the fact that I got my glasses adjusted on Thursday, I have my left eye too good. Something ain't right.
When you going back?
Tomorrow. I got a call tomorrow. They ain't gonna give me no appointment immediately.
No.
Maybe not. I don't know. Cause it's funny. They'll send you to different ones. Either, what's it called over there? Going down there past the house. That one. That Kaiser. Or the one.
Oh, no. Shit don't hold trash.
Freeze. Move. If you're going to shoot, then shoot. You shoot.
Damn it. Oh, God. Yep, it's radiation. Nothing in here. Oop, oop.
Freeze. Huh? Freeze.
God damn it. Alright, let's go upstairs.
Freeze.
Hello. Oop. Radiation. Not sure which way it is actually. Radiation. Thank God.
Freeze.
Oh, you gotta get better, bro. Hilarious. Alright, now I'm back outside. Fuck Jack. First. Oh. But this is what I did already, nigga.
Freeze.
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 Freeze. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
Freeze.
More. Freeze. More.
Ah. Oh. That door right there.
Freeze.
More.
I quit. I said swear on your life, no doubts.
Snake, did you find out where that ship is headed?
Looking at it. 35 degrees longitude, latitude around 58.
More than 500 miles off the coast of the Bermudas, out in the middle of the Atlantic. So the prototype is ready for solo testing. It's basically combat-worthy. That area is outside the Second Fleet's operational range, too. It must be a standalone Marine Corps project, which means this prototype Metal Gear must be designed for independent deployment, without any naval assistance. Anyway, analysis can wait till later. Snake, you need to go down to the hold to locate the actual metal...
I have no place to go. I have no place to go. I have no place to go.
I'm on my way to the tanker hold. Report your status.
Control room, communications and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker hold secure. Infrared sensors placed and operational.
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Yes, they are all planted.
Oh man, right?
And the vehicle's pilot.
He's the only one who underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
Are you sure you can trust him?
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet.
I can see the moon, even in this storm, pale as
death. I have a bad feeling about this mission.
You swore this to me that you would leave the unit once the mission was complete.
Do not worry, this is a country of liberty.
No, this is where I belong, with the unit. I have nowhere else to go. Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild?
You will be on the helicopter out of here now.
Damn it.
Freeze!
I have nowhere to go.
Hands over your head, now! Toss your gun overboard, slowly. A woman. Show your face.
You men.
She got another gun in her ass.
Who are you?
She has nowhere to go.
We are nomads. Wanderers.
I said don't move.
But we have nowhere to go.
So you shoot women too.
I'm a nomad too. What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it. Not there. Toss it over.
Okay.
Hold that position. Now, turn around.
You know what you're doing. It stopped raining.
Now go shave your arms.
New York, I mean.
She has nowhere to go. Oh man, my bad.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents.
Who are my parents?
We've shared everything, all the bad and all the good. I have no one, nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me. Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Lights out, bitch. No camera, no camera.
Cypher. Otacon, the ship appears to be under their control. The men have Russian gear, but I haven't been able to find out anything else about their origin.
I know who they are.
You do?
We've ID'd the old man.
Who is he?
Sergei Gerlukovich.
Gerlukovich? One of Ocelot's allies.
Yeah, the GRU colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought.
You could say that. I saw a surveillance remote just now. It looked like the Cypher.
A Marine Cypher T?
No, Army.
First the Marines, then the Russians, now the Army?
You're right. This isn't gonna be simple.
Snake, there's something I have to tell you.
What?
We didn't dig up this info about the new Metal Gear on our own. Not like usual.
How did you find out then?
It was a tip. An anonymous tip.
Anonymous? You've never trusted those. Why would you start now?
I have a younger sister, a stepsister. We have different parents. I only knew her for 2 years.
You've never mentioned her before. So?
The sender of the tip was EE.
EE?
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Emma? Emmerich?
Yeah, it just caught my eye, you know? I figured it was a coincidence, but I couldn't get it out of my mind. There's really no one out there who knows about her.
When was the last time you saw her?
Over 10 years ago.
You think it's a trap to lure us out here?
I don't know. After I got the tip, I did break into the Pentagon system to get confirmation.
Okay.
Watch your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
I've got a light-equipped USP. I can take them on now. There's no ammo, but it takes a 9mm, just like the Marines' M9. I'll find those somewhere around here.
Don't raise too much racket with that thing.
I hear
I got the banger now.
It's the enemy. I need help.
What box?
Easy. Everyone, stay on guard.
Understood. Get more personnel on the navigation deck and heighten security in the left wing.
It's the enemy. I need help.
That nigga ducked?
It's the enemy. I need help.
Oh, shit. Oh, God.
What's going on? Snake! Snake!
Freeze.
Move! If you're going to shoot, then shoot me.
Freeze.
Oh my God.
Freeze.
Don't kill me.
Where am I going now?
There's somebody there. Somebody there.
Freeze. 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 Freeze.
Huh? Motherfucker.
Freeze. Freeze.
Don't shoot! I'm under enemy fire! Secure the perimeter!
Understood. Assigning more personnel to the starboard entrance to the engine room.
Hey, Snake, you found a handgun.
It's a decent one. USP.
The USP fires real bullets, not the knockout rounds the M9 uses. You know that, right? The USP isn't equipped with a suppressor either. If you fire it when there are enemies nearby, they'll probably hear it. Keep that in mind. Having the USP will make combat easier, but being undetected is still the best way to go, okay? Snake.
Enemy personnel on board! All units, maximum alert!
Send the replacement guard for the area.
Understood. Assigning more personnel to the starboard entrance to the engine room.
Don't shoot! Oh.
Freeze.
That's right.
Freeze.
Send a replacement guard for the area.
Snake, wait! Don't wait! Snake, respond! Snake! Snake! Respond! Snake! Snake!
That's crazy, bro. Shit knocked me into it.
Arizona Bridge checkpoint passed. All non-essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes' time for the scheduled briefing session with the Commandant. You are ordered to continue in your posts until that time.
Do you want to save? Snake, you of course know the saying, one for all for one.
What is this all of a sudden?
Oh, I figured you'd need a lot of motivation, so I came prepared. It's from the Three Musketeers. The book, not the candy bar. Anyway, it means that if you go up against everyone by yourself, they'll gang up on you too, I think. Since you're on your own on that ship, you need to take this to heart and avoid confrontations. How was that? Just like the old days, huh?
Almost reminds me of Mei Ling, but you sure you got it right?
Of course. And I'll teach you a lot more of these, you can count on it.
Great.
Time to... Oh, you're not gonna...
38. Hold on. That radiation, though.
Colonel, we have sealed the stern hatch. The lift is also under our control. Sir, the Marine Commander has started his speech already. All communications to the halls have been severed. No one is aware of our presence. Yes, sir. We will secure your exit with our lives if necessary.
There is one more thing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My daughter, keep her safe.
Yes, sir. Who goes there? Who goes there?
Hate to say it, right, Snake? Hang in there.
Who goes there? Who goes there? Oh, Shalashaska. Why are you here? We thought you were with the Colonel. What the? The Colonel will be joining you soon, comrade.
Snake, are you you in yet? Have you made it to the holds?
It's taking longer than I expected. We've already passed the Verrazano Bridge.
All right, we'll use another recovery point.
They may be planning to change course.
What?
The exits to the deck are all sealed.
What are they planning?
If they get Metal Gear, we're going right off the fringe.
You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses.
The men down here are definitely Marines.
The current state of nuclear...
If the deck is sealed off, they have no way of knowing that the ship's been taken over.
I'm not interested in fighting these guys. The weapons won't do me much good here.
Can you see Metal Gear?
No. I'll have to go around to the bow. They have some serious defenses here. I doubt the recent arrivals want to blast their way through the Marines either.
Wonder where they're headed?
I don't know. Not the beach, that's for sure.
Okay, Snake. Let's go over this one more time. Use this camera to get photographic evidence of the Metal Gear prototype. Now do your thing and take pictures that speak louder than the government's plausible denials. We need 4 shots. Metal Gear from the front right, and front left, and a close-up of the Marine Corps marking.
Marking?
There should be a Marine's insignia on the body of Metal Gear. Just let someone try explaining away a clear shot of that.
All right.
There's actually one little thing.
Just spit it out. I'm used to things going wrong.
It looks like someone's monitoring our transmission.
Who?
I don't have a clue. All they're doing is watching. It would creep me out less if they tried to interfere with our communications.
Could it have something to do with that cipher we saw?
Maybe. I've switched the encryption protocol for our burst transmission for now. What I want to do is use a different method for sending these photos, just in case.
Instead of using the codec?
Exactly. There's a workstation in the southeast corner of the block where Metal Gear is housed. I've made arrangements so that you can send the pictures from the machine.
Arrangements?
I hitched a ride on Link 16 into U.S. military's proprietary network. Managed to get into that workstation and overwrote a part of the system software so I could remote install a little app I wrote.
Why bother with anything that complicated?
No, it's pretty simple, really. Look, all you have to do is stand in front of the machine and push the action button. The app will automatically launch and download the image data from the camera, split the files, and encrypt them individually. The data packets can then masquerade as...
Okay. So all I have to do is push the action button in front of the computer once I have the pictures, right?
Well, sure, if you put it that way. And one more thing. The Commandant's already begun his speech, but you need to get the pictures before he's done talking. Otherwise, they'll spot you, okay?
How much time do I have?
I hacked into his personal files and took a look at the text of that speech. I'd say you have 7 more minutes. Longer if he throws in a joke or two.
A 7-minute time limit, huh?
Remember, Snake, just the photos, okay?
With these kinds of odds, I won't be making any sudden moves. But that doesn't mean we can just let Metal Gear be hijacked.
Okay, but first the photos.
All right, we'll deal with the rest when we get there.
Stay low.
At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this. This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order. And we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and...
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. Ours is not the only military project devoted to medical development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy's.
Snake, what's wrong? Snake! Snake!
Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. Ours is not the only military project devoted to medical development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy's. Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation. It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own Ray project, but I promise you that they will not succeed. You must be tense. Let's do a little stretching, shall we? Left. You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses incident during the Sears administration. The current state of nuclear proliferation is a direct result of that event.
Metal Gear.
I have a daughter. And it is... my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. Good. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Unlike the Army's Rex, it can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected and make its landing on any shore. Its onboard Joint Tactical Information Distribution System identifies targets with unerring accuracy and takes them out with massive firepower. It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard. I'd like you all to think about what that means. I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. I seem to be repeating myself. Chalk it up to old age. This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before. George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next generation nuclear warfare.
Good.
But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up cost him his influence in the political community. This turned out to be longer than expected. At ease. Rest a little.
So, any codec moments from you, Snake? The first image is... This is great. The Marines lettering shows up really well. What's next? Oh, I don't think we can...
Let's continue. We have intelligence that there are anti-Metal Gear terrorists planning...
Snake, that workstation is the transfer point between the tanker's intranet and the outside world. Use it to send those pictures over. All you have to do is face the computer and push the action button, and the photos will be sent. Hope you took a good one.
Target the ship. Intruder to the left. We, the Marines, will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Ray. That is all. Dismissed.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Who the?
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. End of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
What do you want?
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back. Nobody move. Understood? This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button. That's right. No one has to die needlessly. Get a move on.
What do you intend to do with Ray? Sell it on the streets?
I was raised in Snezinsk, formerly known as Chelyabinsk 70, the nuclear research outpost.
What are you talking about?
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Is there a point to this sad story?
Now you understand. Land, friends, dignity, all sold to the highest bidder, the United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian, developed by us.
What do you intend to do?
Russia will rise again. And Ray is the key.
I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back. Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Lule Lo? How's that possible?
Ocelot, you
Not
have
Lale.
sold us out.
I was never in your employ, Karlukovich.
Are you still in league with Solidas?
No hard feelings, Colonel. Mother Russia can rot for all I care.
Since when, Ocelot? When did you turn?
I'm glad you noticed, comrade. I abandoned her during the Cold War. Metal Gear only has room for one! Karlukovich, you and your daughter will die here.
Damn you!
Sergey, looks like you were long overdue for retirement.
Traitorous dog!
Show's over. If you wish to live, I suggest you run now. This ship is still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life.
It's been a while, brother.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
Liquid?
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake? You're drowning in time. I know what it's like, brother. No wonder Naomi passed you over for the Fox Dive program.
Ouch!
Get out of my mind, Liquid! The price of physical prodigy. A few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. But I live on through this arm!
Oh, what the fuck is that? Yo, what up, y'all? It's nice out here. I don't know how it gets so nice, but it's nice. You know what I mean? Got all the ladies out today. I might go to 116th today. I know it's always lit right there on 8th Avenue, yeah. I'm not talking shit today. It's just, I need to smoke my weed. Yo, Billy, what's good? What happened last night? What happened yesterday? I was waiting for you, nigga. We had the liquor. Smoked hella blunts last night. Mickey with his girl, man. Mickey be with his girl 24/7. I ain't mad at him. Mickey be with his girl 24/7. I wanna know where he at. He'll be around here later, though.
You don't have what it takes after all!
Yo, that radiation is killing your brain. It ain't killing my brain. Cause I don't be on the iPhone like that, bro. Once I post, I won't look at this shit for the rest of the day, bro. Unless my shit be ringing off and I see a comment or something. I don't know what Skittles at. You just said free Skittles. Is he locked up? It sound like you know more than me. Hey, yo, what's the word, huh? You wanna know what's crazy? I might come down there today, Stack. If I go downtown, I'm definitely coming to the project. Definitely coming to see you. Word. Make sure the guys is out there. You know, 2 G's is always out. I always see Gucci. see Lucci every time I go to 15 for Linux. He's always out there, bro. I can't find Warrior. Where y'all niggas be at, man? Word. Some of my day one niggas right there. I sound like Donald Duck. No, Donald Duck sound like me, nigga. And if you ask your girl, she like how Donald Duck sound, nigga. Word. They can put a lot of spit on that pussy. Huh? You gonna keep the pussy dry, nigga. I'ma spit that shit the fuck up and keep it wet. What you talking about, nigga? Call me whatever you want to call me at the end of the day. You're not gonna make me or break me. So, you sound like a clown judging another man. That's what you sound like. Whether you say you look like somebody, but it's all jokes, though. How you know what your girl like, nigga? Your girl don't tell you what she like. Fuck out of here. She gonna tell you she don't like that nigga. And then when she get around a nigga like me, she gonna love it. Talking about your girl don't like the niggas with lip. How you know? You ain't even got one. Girl might don't like a nigga with a lip, but she definitely gonna like a nigga with money. Yeah, I'm on 151. Why? Let me tell you something, man. You ain't coming up here for good vibes. Don't even come up here. You know what I mean? Because you ain't gonna be able to get around me. Snake. I got security. You ain't gonna be able to get around me if you won't come up here with good vibes saying, yo, Tim, what's up? I got a blunt. We gonna light up. Let's go get some bottles, you know what I mean? I'm gonna call some joints up. Let's chill. That's good vibes. And I might be like, hey, yeah, you a good nigga. There's a couple of dudes that's good that came up here and hollered at me. Like, you know what I mean? My white boy Mike. Mike is he's a real cool dude. And he's a character too. I might make you a character, but you don't come around like that. Asia, what happened to all the content that you were supposed to? You gotta keep it up. You gotta stay consistent. Come on, go back into them welfare offices. There's content in there every day. I know what's going on. You wanna know what's crazy? I was gonna post some shit, but nah, it might. I don't like to make niggas look bad like that. Like, I was gonna post some shit. Skip be wild. What up? I'm glad that you here. I'm talking about another. He ain't on me. Huh? What you got against the dark-skinned niggas? This nigga hating on me, bro. Nah, I see it now. Nah, cause he said something about dark-skinned niggas. What you got against dark-skinned niggas? You see, I'm on fleek. Yeah. You see everything I do? Yeah, you is saying like I do what I do. Right. Wait, he watching me? He from a different business. I already know. Fuck, it's not hating. Hey, we taking over. They hating on the dark-skinned niggas. Dark-skinned niggas winning, nigga. Shitting me? Fuck, is you shitting him? You dumb or stupid? Look how he looking at me. We outside. You know what we out here doing? Who's out here? Yeah. You with me? That's a fact. That's what we do out here, nigga. And I don't give a fuck about the Rick Anderson, nigga. Rick Anderson, nigga. That's what we do because we're good nigga. Yeah. Watch it. Right. Wow, nigga. I don't give a fuck. No. Listen. Nah, I'm like his energy. We give this nigga the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. But when we kick, we run it down, we run with this nigga. He thought that he was gonna win. This nigga? No, he wasn't gonna win. I win. I'm dark-skinned. Right. And I do what I do out here. And I'm dark-skinned. Yeah. So you making me win. Straight up. Right. Nigga don't got no money. I don't give a fuck. He ain't got no what? He said, listen. What am I mother nigga? I get his sweater on. Listen. What am I mother nigga? Brown shirt, you on his 2K shit. Listen. What am I mother nigga? A lot of niggas don't even got hair on their chest, nigga. Hey, yo, pause, chill out. Hey, yo. Now we taking the L with that one. You ain't hit dark-skinned niggas taking the L with that one. Yeah, you gotta go see you want.
Sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights.
You gotta go back CV1 on him now. You gotta go back CV1 on him. Light-skinned nigga, been doing this shit for too long. Take the class. He thought he was winning. Now, as soon as he take him over, now he look like a bum. I know what he do. Hey, yo. I was the one that was gonna tell you right now about yourself. That's you stupid. I am him. Put your glasses back. When I called him. Put your glasses back. No, I told you. Now you're gonna call me. Let me run my mouth. Let me run my mouth, nigga. Yo, nigga. Okay, so I'm telling you how it is, yeah? Oh, hard. Yeah? Big fat down the side when I take a shot, nigga. Bitch, you miss me. What shot? Hold on, what you got? Jose. Hey, yo! Yo, bro, this nigga drinking instant. I'm out of here, yo. Hey, yo, nah. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. He roasted you with that one. He roasted you with that one. So now you think he gonna walk away with like he was just sipping it with me? He was sipping it with you? He was with me. Look how he niggas always think that they don't got nothing to do with this. This nigga was just chilling with me. He was just ready. Look, I know you want to stop, man. Come on. Yo, alright, I ain't gonna. Yo, he pulled out the big shot. What's different, that nigga, bro? I'm fucking Tito's. I'll fuck. Nobody different. Alright, listen. Nobody different. I don't wear weed, but where the fuck is the Tito's? Made me feel like a hero. My life, don't cry now, nigga. I'll give you a big. Look, this is the Tito's is the best drinks because it's like no sugar, right? No sugar. Like, as far as me waking up, no hangover. Nigga waking up starving. What is he talking about? I definitely don't know. It's down with the squaw. Squaw. Look. Gang. Look. When we outside for real. So now you know this nigga, he's part of the movement. Yo, bro, he's with us. I knew this nigga for like, I ain't gonna lie, for like a couple years now, alright? But you don't know me, my nigga. The headline is pushing back every year. Every year, nigga, and I'm foreign, nigga. What are you talking about? Scoring, nigga. What are you talking about? And you scoring? Scoring. What am I mother, nigga? Yo, as you measure, your bitch is gonna keep calling. Baby, what am I mother, nigga? You gonna measure my headline, and your bitch gonna keep calling me. So you don't want the nigga keep pushing his headline back. That's all that matters. Oh, there goes sweets. What's up? Why you got on that Batman hat? Where's Robin? All right, bet. Coming out here, cost she ain't even Halloween yet. Halfway dressing up for Halloween, ain't even Halloween yet. My son got bad food right now. Let's go. When it's bad, you just be for jump this. Come on, right now. I'm gonna jump the board. By the way, pick up the fire. Why she go early? Oh, she must be saying fire now, face paint. Fire guy, face paint. Wow, Rob, man, the donkey drag. Fire guy, face paint. She got half her face painted like this. Just as much in your cup that I got in my body. I said, that shit is much in your cup as I got in my body. I don't like none of that. Wow. I got my little person in my book. Halfway on. What? This shit ain't right, bro. This shit ain't right. Niggas always want something to help out. Even when it's awesome. And they got a cup that's halfway full. Like, this shit don't make no sense. Right. Hey, Kurt, ain't that right?
Raiden, you should be used to the controls by now. Proceed with your mission. The clock is ticking. Get on the elevator on the far side of this area and get to the upper section of the big shell.